Good morning. We're just going to wait a few minutes here for a few more people to join on, because there's quite a few people that aren't here yet from yesterday. So just give us a few more minutes. Thank you. Okay, I just requested that the Secretariat give mic access. So in the meantime, it'd be appreciated if those that have just been given it, if you can mute your mics for the time being.
Very complicated. Okay. Apparently muted. Not muted.
Again, just as a reminder, you can just click on the little mic button in that top left-hand corner. Just tap that green, put a line through it, and that will basically mute your microphone. Jessie to get set up here, and we'll get going. See, you have your hand up.
Getting set up for the voting on the right-hand sidebar.
Yeah, so with the voting at the top of the bar at the top, where the little guy with the little hand is, the little drop-down box there gives you your voting options: agree, disagree, and we've elected to use raise hand as abstain.
Yeah, no, I know. I was just giving
Okay.
the help desk the heads up that they like, you see how they set it up by like 00 if you're in Canada,
Okay.
01 USA.
Okay.
So that was just giving her that. She says she's working on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Seems like things are getting set up here. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I thought as a first agenda, if we could get Basha to give her presentation, just so we can dive into the fishery limits and mortality limits after that. If that's possible. Yes, Jessie.
After some discussion with Dr. Wilson, it sounds like we might have some conflicting language with proxies. I don't think we need to go over it too much right now, but we will, I think, I'd like to add it under other business. We may need to vote on some clarity on our wordage for rules of procedure. But today, if you have a proxy, I guess please note that to the staff and you and I, and then we're going to count the proxies as a separate vote. So we'll have, approved for everyone who's present. That will be considered approved or not approved if people don't want to vote for that. And then if it's a proxy vote, that will be noted separately. So if there's questions on that, please let us know. The clarity comes in with membership is designated by being present, and then the proxy obviously contradicts that because you're not present. So we will need to correct the wordage in other business, but for today, for the ease of the meeting today.
Trouble getting into the room, so just give me 1 second. No, his hand's down now. Okay, just while we're waiting for Peggy to join in, Basha, if you are ready to give your presentation, the floor is yours. Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Nick, I noticed your hand up. Do you
Thank you. And could you please confirm whether you can hear me well? How about now? Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you. And thank you very much for the opportunity to present the project. I will go through the slides, but I'll try to give you a slightly briefer overview of the project, noting that the goal of the IPHC economic study is to provide stakeholders with accurate and all-sector encompassing assessment of the economic impact of Pacific halibut resource in Canada and the United States. This is the overview. I will talk a little bit about the economic impacts, what the changes what are the effects of changes to harvest levels. These can be far-reaching besides direct impacts for fisheries that are typically measured in terms of landed value. There's this ripple effect through the economy. I'll go through what does it mean to this ripple effect and how this is playing out. Also in a multi-regional setting, considering the Pacific halibut is a resource that is shared between two countries and between multiple regions. When it comes to commercial sector, there are multiple sectors that rely on the demand for Pacific halibut when it comes to decisions related to their production levels and expenditure patterns. For example, vessels making more fishing trips purchase more fuel or leave more money in a local grocery store that supplies crew members provisions. More vessel activity means also more business to vessel repair and maintenance sector or gear suppliers. An increase in activity means also more business to more employment opportunities, and as a result, there's more income from wages in circulations. When spending their incomes, households support local economic activity, and this is really important to the coastal communities' prosperity. Further, the changes in fisheries output, if they are not substituted by imports, they're also associated with production adjustment by industries that rely on the supply of fish, and this will include mainly seafood processors. Similarly to the directly affected fisheries sector, any change in the production by these industries have a similar ripple effect on its suppliers. And then there's to complete the full path of a landed fish from the hook to the plate, there's also the wholesale, retail, and services sectors, which if they're affected indirectly by the harvest regulations, the magnitude of economic impact is further increasing. Similar effects can be attributed to the recreational sector when charter or business owners run their operations. They create demand for example, fuel or boat equipment. They also create employment opportunities and generate incomes that, when spent locally, will create a demand for goods and services that are purchased. There's a number of sectors that support tourism that rely on the Pacific halibut fishing, both guided and unguided. This will include, for example, lodging retailers or restaurants. The interlinked nature of the industries in the economy is also creating cross-regional impacts. The economic effects from the primary area of resource extraction are leaked when inputs are imported or wages earned by non-residents are spent outside the place of employment. At the same time, there's also an inflow of economic benefits to the local economies from outside, That is when the products are exported or local businesses are bringing cash to the region through support of tourism. So, for example, when you think about the commercial fishing, there's a flow of incomes related to the sector. Economic activity is generated when households spend their incomes in a local grocery store, but the wages paid to non-residents, in this case, the majority of the money will flow to their area of primary residence. Similarly, this will happen if the quota share is owned by a non-resident. The return to that holding might leak away if the owner's place of residence is other than the resource extraction place. And to give you an example, for example, currently about 40% of Alaska quota share units are reported as owned by residents of other states. And in terms of recreational fishing, similarly, a local lodging provider can generate economic effect locally, but if the if the angler buys his equipment in the place of his residence, he will generate economic impact in the place where he normally resides instead of where the fishing actually occurs. When it comes to the processing sector, the effects are generated locally, but also can be generated outside of the area of resource processing. This will happen if there is a substantial number of non-residents employed by the sector. When it comes to the economic metrics that I'm interested in this project, these can be defined as direct economic impacts. These are changes to Pacific halibut output realized by fishers. That is the metrics measuring landing value. Then indirect economic impacts are effects upstream, so associated with supplying intermediate inputs to Pacific halibut fishing fleet. And induced economic impacts are cover production and imports that is associated with spending on consumption of earnings that rely on the Pacific halibut resource. The important thing to keep in mind is when it comes to the model setup, it is that the model is a multi-regional model. It is designed to calculate economic impacts for 3 primary Pacific halibut producing regions. That is Alaska, West Coast, and British Columbia, but also economic impacts for residual regions, that is rest of the U.S., rest of Canada, and the rest of the world is just given exogenously. The current version of the model is built using a broad set of secondary data sources. However, the accuracy of the results can be improved accuracy of the results can be achieved by incorporating into the model primary economic data. And this is the data that we would like to collect directly from members of the Pacific halibut dependent sectors. An essential input to the model that I am working on is data on the distribution of revenue between profit and expenditure items. And that brings me to the primary data collection effort by the IPHC. In order to accurately capture the economic impacts, we designed a series of surveys to gather information from the Pacific halibut sectors. That is commercial vessel owners, processing plants, operators, and charter sector, charter business owners. The survey announced the survey for the vessel owners and processing plant operators that was announced during the last annual meeting. But since then, following the comments and feedback, these two surveys have been considerably revised, and particularly the survey for the processing sector have been simplified. Now it's a much a more succinct form and with much less information requested. It's a minimum information that is required to build the multi-regional model for assessing economic impacts. There's also now advertised the survey for the charter business owners. This has been announced during the last interim meeting, and this is a new effort to incorporate not only the commercial sector but also sport fishing sector into the model. The IPHC stakeholders are really encouraged to fill relevant survey and contribute to the assessment of the importance of Pacific halibut resource. The new forms are available as an easy-to-fill web-based applications. Available, you can fill it on your computer and smartphone using the links in the presentation, or the links are also available on our website. And this is very important input. I would like to note that the pandemic has been a major impediment in collecting data. Last year, the last survey announcement happened shortly before the outbreak, and that shifted the focus of survey participants. But it is important to cover the data both for 2019 and 2020. I would like to note that the data for 2019 covering pre-COVID operations can be considered a suitable baseline for drawing conclusions under normal circumstances. On the other hand, data for 2020 covers an abnormal year of operations and can be used to assess losses incurred by the sector and assess the sector's resilience to unfavorable exogenous circumstances. If the project continues, the data for 2021 could also inform on the how all the sectors responded to the crisis, and could allow us to analyze the path to the recovery. And here I would add that the type of data that is collected through these surveys typically is collected actually periodically. In generally, the production structure is not changing substantially from year to year. However, given this unusual period, the data collected for 2019 to 2021 would have a unique value and could be used to assess more substantial shifts in the fishery. So this is, given the situation, would be very interesting period to have the annual values collected. A few words on the results. These are preliminary, but from the first model runs, I've got the results that the full economic impact of Pacific halibut for 2018 is about $660 million. That is 5 times the fishery output value of about $130 million recorded for 2018. This includes the full economic impact, the direct, indirect, and induced effects that I mentioned earlier, as well as effects related to the forward link Pacific halibut processing sector that is directly linked to the commercial fishing sector. Moreover, I can also show now how incorporating Pacific halibut specific outflows impact the results. The estimates suggest that while $1 of Pacific halibut output in Alaska could generate 54 cents for Alaskan households, the out-of-state employment and flow of beneficial ownership of Pacific halibut fishing rights in Alaska in the form of quota holdings caused this estimate to actually drop to 39 cents. And this is compensated by an increase in other regions. So here you can really see how adding this multi-regional context is playing out, especially in the region where the flow of benefits is substantial. While the just presented results are intended to highlight the potential magnitude of impact, the complexity of Pacific halibut supply side restrictions in the form of region-based allocations suggests the need for a tool that will enable regulators or any interested stakeholders to assess various combinations of totalable catch. To address that, the results that I just presented, I also complemented by an interactive tool. Here you can pick changes to the different regions and get results for the desired combination of allocations in terms of not only output, but also impact on GDP, wages, employment, or household income. And you can also look at the different components of the economic impact. To conclude, the model I am working on is intended to give a comprehensive understanding of the impact of the Pacific halibut resource. The methodology provides estimates of economic interdependencies, highlighting the fact that the resource is supporting numerous industries that supply commercial fishing, as well as rely on its output for continuous activity. And these are mainly the processing sector. The model also accounts for these cross-regional effects to accurately assess the transboundary flow of benefits. The results suggest the revenue generated by Pacific halibut accounts for only a fraction of economic activity that would be foregone if the resource was not available to fishers. There's also an impact on GDP, employment, and other components of the economy, and it is important to understanding such a broad scope of impacts when designing policies which might have certain desired effects, and these will depend on the regulators' priorities. Moving forward, though, there are multiple things to add to the model. First of all, I'm working on adding a recreational sector. This is more challenging with secondary data, so I'm looking forward to responses to the survey that is available online. As a part of a project, I'm also looking at informing stakeholders on community impacts of Pacific halibut. I'll be working over the next year on how to translate the broader region impacts to a finer spatial scale, paying also particular attention to capturing benefits flow between rural and urban areas. There's also I'm also looking at the impact of COVID and also on how to analyze subsistence fishing. I will wrap the presentation just mentioning that moving forward, the plan is also to, as an economist at the IPHC, is to provide a routine economic perspective on regulatory proposals. While the sustainability of the resource is uncompromisable, good understanding of how regulatory change is going to affect the resource stakeholders should be always sought as a part of the decision-making process. I will also continue to provide economics-oriented research input to economics-oriented research activities There's also a great deal, I can see a great deal of potential in adding economic metrics, especially to the MSc work. So you should expect this kind of more cross-disciplinary exchanges and new insights on the work you've been hearing from Dr. Hicks by adding the results from the model I'm working on. Thank you very much.
Presentation, Dr. Sorry, Basha. Are there any questions? Okay, there doesn't appear to be any at this time. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for the opportunity.
So looking at the agenda, do we want to have Laura come in for the IPHC Secretariat Fishery Regulations proposal under item 6.1? I think that will help us, give us a little bit of context for us to for the mortality limits. I also just want to point out the help desk and secretariat provided us with a little chat function there on the left-hand side of our window. It's open to everyone, and possibly we could use it to facilitate some conversation or some questions that don't necessarily need to be addressed verbally, but it could help facilitate things a little more.
Yes, Chairperson Nordmann, Lara is currently helping facilitate the conference board. So we can search for someone who could speak on those regulations in the time.
That'd be appreciated. Thanks, Edward. So with that being said, do we want to jump back into item number 4 with the fishing period, season opening and closing dates? I know we had some discussion yesterday to it. If there's any more thoughts after your conference board and delegation meetings, or speaking with some other people, please let us know. Yes, Heather.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
So I do think it would be useful to be aware of the conversations regarding catch limits that are going on over at the conference board, and to get some sort of coordination, maybe through country breakout meetings regarding those conversations over there before we jump into anything permanent on that subject. I think we have provision for country meetings, right? The breakout meetings?
Yes, I believe they can be set up as well in this platform.
I don't know how others feel. It might be a good place to have those discussions just briefly when we get to that point in the agenda. And that also holds true for opening and closing dates. I know that in the past, people have tried to coordinate a little bit with the conference board progress. It's been hit and miss, but it'd be good if we could continue with that.
Okay, thank you. And does anyone else have some sort of input regarding this start? and closing dates. I know I can have a feeling that the conference board is a little bit more wants some earlier start dates than from what I was heard from our group yesterday. So I'm not sure how that will work out. Heather, do you still have a question? I see that your hand is still up.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I just haven't taken my hand down. Apologies.
Okay,
Let's back up, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. I'm not hearing. Thank you. I'm not hearing people jump in. Maybe it makes more sense to have somebody from the conference board, and that's also been done in the past. People from the conference board have come over, as it used to be, to the PAB to talk about what those folks are talking about. I don't know. I'm just trying to make it a little bit easier to coordinate, but I'm not quite sure what the best way to do it is in this virtual setting. So trying out some ideas.
Yes, please, Jessie.
Mr. Chair, if I can. I know through discussion, I guess, on the U.S. side, maybe perhaps it's changed today. But I know that they were looking at more like the first Saturday in March. Heather, I understand wanting to coordinate with the conference board, but I feel like in the past, the PAB has actually voted to choose dates that are actually later in the season, almost pretty, at least in my last 3 years. We can ask someone from the conference board to come in, but I think we should have a discussion on what we think our dates should be and move forward with that. If someone has access to somebody from the conference board, I just don't think we should delay and wait for more people to come in. It would be my suggestion. I think we just need to start having that conversation. If someone wants to put forth the motion on dates, that'd be great. And or if you have information on what the conference board is saying, that'd be great. But I think we should move forward with.
Thank you, Jessie. Yeah. Yes,
Mr. Chairman, this is Heather again. I completely agree with that. I'm not suggesting any sort of delays at all. Jessie, I think what you say is exactly
Blake,
right.
I see your hand is up. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Here we go, Blake. Your mic just came on. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we can.
Hear me okay? Okay. I'm quite surprised, with our Alaskan delegates in particular, that nobody stepped up and said, what they want to do with all the adverse things that they're going to be facing in 2021 and trying to get their plans done. So if we want to get the ball rolling, I'm going to make a motion that we open up on Saturday, March the 20th, which is between the moons, so the tides are okay, and close on November the 15th, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Blake. Do we have a second? Okay, no second.
Yes, I second it.
Sorry, can you repeat? Who your company from?
Oh, yeah, this is Bill Sullivan from Keplinger Bay Seafoods, and I'd like to second that proposal.
Thank you, Bill. I'll open the floor then to discussion on the motion of March 20th to November 15th. Any discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was gonna, I was trying to get a motion in there, but my buddy Blake beat me to it. So I was wondering if Blake would be interested in a friendly amendment instead of March 20th. Be looking at April 4th. And if it's okay with the chair and Blake, I would speak to my amendment.
I'll let Blake see if he's okay with the proposal of a friendly amendment.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't have a problem with that. That's okay. That's April the 4th?
Yeah, roger that, Blake. And
why not April the 3rd? That's a Saturday. April the 4th is a Sunday.
oh, I apologize. I was looking at the wrong year calendar. So yeah, April the 3rd as an opening date, and so basically, as you can, if you've been reading the news, we're watching what's going on in the pollock fishery out in Dutch Harbor and Akutan, where three of the 5 major processing plants are closed due to the COVID battle. A later opening date would give us more time to try to get our crews into the different plants, quarantine them accordingly, and it would be later in the season. Things will be warming up a little bit. Seems to be some commonality with the colder the weather, the higher the COVID infection rate. So that's kind of my rationale. So April 3rd to November 15th.
Mark, see your hand is up. Okay, while we wait for Mark's mic possibly to work, I'll move on to John Woodruff.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. I do believe that John is having some technical issues. I'm going to try and help him and Mark both get through on the mic. But if you know on the side chat, John is in support of an April 3rd or April 4th opening date. He has multiple reasons for this, and he can go through them if he can get access. So I'm going to work with those guys to get access, but I would say OBI support is also in for that later start date.
Thank you, Jessie. While we wait for Jessie to help out Mark and John getting their mic set up, I know Bill from Kachemak Bay second in the motion. Just want to get his input on this friendly amendment.
No, I support the amendment as posted there. No, I agree with what they mentioned.
Thanks, Bill. As we're still waiting, does anyone have any other input? Maybe Miles from Dana Bessiger Company? Miles?
Yeah, Carl, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I like April the 3rd or April the 4th. I think anything we can do to push this out and promote the safety of, our workers. I've worked in the Bellingham office for Dana Bessiger Company, and we had an outbreak here. Almost 30 people got sick, and just everything stops. It's anything we can do to promote the safety, and once the season gets going, any kind of big stop like that is just, it's crushing. So I think, as Greg said, and looks like John will say as well, we just need to promote the safety and make sure that once the season's going, we don't have any kind of major halts to work. So I like April the 3rd and 4th.
Perfect. Thank you. I will call on Blake.
Mr. Chairman, thanks. Perhaps you could inspire some of the Canadian delegates to comment. I don't see anybody with their hands up here, and I kind of like the fact that John Woodruff can't talk right now. I hope it stays that way when we go. Anyway, okay. Come on, the Canadian guys, what do you think of this here? I started the ball rolling, so let's talk.
Let me just get to two other people before I'll call on a couple. I'll go to Dave Brindle first. He had his hand up.
Yeah, I've been having some computer problems this morning, but I did hear what Greg Ingerland had to say, and I'm in total agreement with Greg for all the same reasons. At least that's my opinion.
Thank you. Peggy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to weigh in that at Hannah's annual meeting a couple of weeks ago, we approved April 6th as an opening date, and that was before the situation with the plants closed down in Dutch Harbor and Akutan. So, we would support the amended motion.
Thank you. Going down the list, Joe. Going down the list from Seafood Producers Co-op.
To chime in from our perspective, we support later, as I mentioned yesterday.
Nick from Seven Seas, I saw you had your hand up initially, and don't know if I know you have a Canadian perspective, but also one from up north as well.
So, yeah, as mentioned yesterday, I would be in support of an earlier season date. While I do understand some concerns around COVID, and granted, they are serious concerns, I guess my question would be for those producers that are asking for the April start date is, we'll have an answer on Friday, Jan 29th. And if we were to say open in the middle of March, that's about 45 days. Is that not enough time to get all the ducks in a row? And I'm just asking the question for conversation. So I'd like to hear what the producers that are quite adamant about the April start date would be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see. Is it? Sorry, I'm just trying to. 1 second. Let me expand this. Dawn from OBI Seafoods. I see your hand is up. Okay, I will move on then. Joe, is your hand still up? No. Okay,
no, sorry about that.
Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to speak to the, I forgot who asked the question, but saying that, 45 days from Friday, whether that's enough time, and I think that's probably the March opening. Yes. And my response would be, I mean, from my perspective, in Yakutat, we have probably half of our crew in other countries right now. And so we're looking at, hypothetically, if we can get them out of their country, they're going to have a negative COVID test to get into the country now based on new regulations from the U.S. So we're going to have to go through that hurdle. And then here, just to get my crew in, it's going to take 40 days just to quarantine 40 people in. 10 people in a session with a 10-day quarantine. So we have to test twice. So they get here, they have to get a negative test, and 5 days after they get here, they have to have another negative test. And it's going to take 10 days to get all of that straightened out. So 45 days would be pushing it if everything lined up just perfectly. That's my situation. I'm sure that other companies are going to have common problems with this. And let's face the reality is, our halibut quota is maybe a third of what it was. And we're asking for more time than we used to ask for, in the beginning of IFQs. It's really not that much fish. So I think, and we're facing a global, pandemic. I think it's more important to be conscious of that and try to condense this season and get people in and out without, without a larger chance of a major COVID infection. So that was kind of my response.
Thank you. Just going down the list, Dave Brindle.
Yeah, I agree with Greg. And for Alaska, with the mandates, with the 14-day mandatory quarantining and the testing, and every processor has different restrictions as far as what they can do with people and quarantining. It's going to be a lengthy process to get these plants opened up and to be operational. And from my personal experience, there's just not a lot of fish harvested in March. It just really isn't. And with the reduced quotas or the quotas where they're at, it just doesn't make sense to open early and expose ourselves to the hazards and the health risks. So I think even if we go with an earlier date, there's a high likelihood that some or all of my plants won't even open up until April. So, but that's our choice. It's, so that's my reasoning behind a later opening date. It's just to condense the problems and give us time to gear up.
Thank you. Just want to give me a second, Blake. I'm going to call on Jessie. She has her hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Nick, to another, I guess, comment on how many days it can take to get moving. I know Commissioner Merrill spoke to this during our delegation meeting on Monday evening. I missed part of it, and perhaps somebody might have caught it better, but it did sound like the U.S. will be incredibly hard from an advisory body standpoint to get all of the paperwork and all of that put together to have something before March 1st. It sounded like our administration would not be able to get quotas out. In past years with like a March 15th opening date, sometimes it was down to the wire that our fishermen weren't getting their quota until days before the season opened. So I know that that's another factor that plays into the U.S. side. Wanting a little bit later date.
Thank you, Jessie. Blake.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just so I have a proxy from Scarlet Point Seafoods out of Port Hardy, and they wanted a start date of the 15th of March or later. And to close somewhere between November the 10th and the 14th. And this is just for information purposes from the Canadian side. And I talked to Ross Bailey last night and Coldfish, because I don't know if Casey can get on and speak, but they wanted somewhere around March the 6th and to close on February the 20th of 2022. But one thing, the amendment to the motion, you should check with the seconder of the original motion, William, to see if he's okay with that. I don't remember hearing that.
Yes, he was okay with it.
And also, we're talking Saturday, April the 3rd as an opening date as opposed to Sunday the 4th. Am I correct?
Yeah,
on the amendment, am I correct,
3rd.
Greg? April 3rd? Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. And I have no problem with that on behalf of our company. But I just wanted everybody to know what the other two Canadian companies were thinking.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to read John's comment here that he put in the chat on the left-hand side. To Greg's point, we also need the food service business to pick up. for halibut to find its place again. The later in the year and the later into the warmer weather period we can get, so there is more outdoor dining, the better we'll be. Thank you. I'll call on Tyler from Northport.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman. You hear me?
Thank you.
Great. So one thing I want to be a little bit conscientious of is black cod as it relates to Alaskan waters. As we know, that season date's going to be tied to what we decide here for halibut. Now I know historically, as Greg mentioned, we're at pretty low levels here for halibut, but we're really going in the other direction for black cod. If you look at last year's catch, it was only 72% of the black cod quota caught, and then they are throwing another 25% quota on top of that this year. So I know some of the black cod that got left in the water was due to poor market conditions and part of it due to COVID, but they were going to leave fish in the water either way. I think those guys are struggling to get all their fish on board. So I just want to be thinking of sable fish as well when we're deciding these dates. I've made the previous comment that we're not, necessarily up against the same things that a lot of the people here that physically have locations in Alaska. I know there's many COVID challenges, and I want to be conscientious of that as well. So I guess I'm just bringing up that point for thought and discussion as the motion stands now. I guess personally I would be against it, but I would probably just abstain with the thought that we're not up against the same things that other people are. So that's what I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Tyler. I'll just check in with Greg. I see your hand is still up. Do you have some more to add? Okay, yes.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. I didn't realize it was still up.
Thank you. I'll just read a couple more comments here from Mark Callahan. Another factor for a later opening is the East Coast halibut season ends March 31st and opens April 1st. The quota, as a rumor, will be increased to approximate 6,500 metric tons. And just quick comment from John as well to Dave Brindle's comments. Our plants too will not be opening in March. It's risky to have people working in our plants, and the shorter we can make this period, the better. We had an outbreak in Seward last year, so understand very well how this COVID thing can impact us. Thank you. I'll call on Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to help support the U.S. comments on this. A later opening. I understand the issues and would support the motion.
Okay, thank you. Just looking, Tyler, do you have anything to add, or is your hand just up from your last comment?
My hand is just up.
Thank you very much.
Put it down.
Okay, I know it seems that this April 3rd as a start date has been very favorable. Does anyone have any comment to the close on November 15th? Jessie.
Just to add to conversation, I am in favor of the November 15th closing date. I believe OBI is as well. But again, to speak to the U.S. delegation, it sounded like the commissioners were perhaps throwing the fishermen a bone on the U.S. side, saying that they may extend it longer into December. Probably not past December 15th, but they may provide them with a couple extra weeks on the back end. This is strictly just providing or sharing information. I'm definitely in favor of voting for the November 15th date.
Thank you. Dawn from OBI. See, your hand is up. Jessie?
Nope, I just forgot to put my hand down.
Thank you. Do you know if Don is having trouble with his microphone?
I do believe he has been having some issues. So,
okay.
Okay. Yes, confirmed. He's having some trouble. So
okay.
We'll work on that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Peggy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a moment, a note of clarification. Are we on an amendment to the main motion? And that amendment was changing the opening date from Saturday, March 20th to Saturday, April 3rd. Is that correct?
Yes, we had a friendly moment. Sorry, amendment. And it was accepted by both parties.
That's great, thanks.
Miles, do you have any comment to the November 15th close?
Not particularly, I suppose. I think earlier in November would be even more favorable for me, but I think November 15th would be a good compromise for the fishermen. As Tyler Goodnight mentioned, there is a whole lot of black cod out there to be caught. I think with the fleet switching over to pots, though, that black cod should be caught reasonably quickly. And so anything past November 15th just seems like the market fades, disappears. It gets expensive to get fish offloaded and transported. I really think anything into December is just kind of a waste of everybody's time. That's my personal feeling. So thank you.
Thank you. Nick, I know you had thoughts about the opening date. Any on the close?
No, nothing. November 15th is fine. If I think we should give the fleet, if it's a later start date, we should give the fleet as much time as they can. I know there was a lot of boats that were struggling to catch fish late in the season, so then we extended our season in Canada in December, so I think we should be cognizant of that fact and allow the boats as much time as they need to catch the fish.
Okay. Thank you. Dave.
Yeah, anything past November to me is, it's going to be each individual processor's choice if they're going to operate or not. But personal experiences, again, it gets really slow. And because of COVID, again, I think the vast majority of processors are going to shut down. We can't stay open for one boat a week. It doesn't make sense with testing requirements and everything else. Plants will have, if we're in red, we'll have thousands of dollars a week in just COVID testing if the mandate doesn't change. And from the looks of it, I don't see that happening. So they can keep it open as long as they want, but it's going to be a choice for each processor if they'll continue to operate. So I'm kind of neutral on the closure date, but I feel like we're not going to be operating. We delayed opening for Pacific cod this year because of COVID, and we'll certainly shut down the moment fish slows down.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Dave. Is Don's mic working? Now I see his hands up again.
I believe he's still trying to get it to work, I guess.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So I'll just ask again before it goes to vote if there's any more comments on the motion that's on the table, April 3rd start to November 15th close. It doesn't appear so, so I guess we should vote on the motion. Kamala?
Okay, in preparation of the vote, go ahead and select accept, decline, or raise hands or abstain. And the voting will be open for 1 minute.
Thank you.
So, Chair, can you confirm the voting members and to make sure that those are, everyone has voted?
Okay. I believe so. Kit is voting in place for Dave Brindle at Pacific Seafoods. I believe he had to jump out. So I asked for him to be added a 01 to his name going forward.
Okay, I will count the votes.
Perfect. And I just want to mention, how are we handling the proxies? Because I know Blake has two companies, Aero Trading and Scarlet Point.
Yes, those will be counted separately.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I have captured the vote and the voting is closed.
Perfect.
Thank you. You can proceed with the meeting.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Blake.
I'm just trying to find out how Scarlet Point wants to vote on the season dates.
Well,
And he is voting in favor of April 3rd to November the 15th.
thank you.
And as far as Arrow, I can't get a hold of Brad.
I think you hold that proxy vote, so
I hold a proxy vote, so I think as far as Arrow's concerned, he'll probably go along, abstain, or go along with the rest of the Canadians that voted against it.
well,
I don't know, I can't get a hold of them, so.
I think you can make that decision if he didn't specify it, I believe.
Yeah, then I'd have to, knowing the way Brad thinks, I'd have to say no, they'd vote against it probably.
Okay. Tyler, I see your hands up.
Yeah, that was just to indicate I'm abstaining.
Oh, abstaining. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving forward, is Laura available? I saw she did join us here for a period of time.
Yes, she's in right now.
Okay.
I will notify her to assure that she comes on.
Okay, thank you very much. Just give us a minute for Laura to come in. I'm just seeing the note here, Kamala, that Greg got dropped out and did not get to vote. Can we just add his vote to the official count?
I am not getting any response from Lara at this time, but I will notify you as soon as I hear.
I believe we wanted to, if you can confirm the group that we wanted to listen to Laura before we got into the mortality limits. If I stand corrected.
I believe that's correct, Mr. Chair, but perhaps Peggy can shed some light on that.
Yeah, I think that's what we, sorry, Mr. Chairman, that is what we decided yesterday, but if she's not going to be available for a while, I'd say let's go into discussing catch limits or the size limit. Those would be the two, really the two outstanding issues. And just a note, I think you're both aware, but the letters that have been written under the information link on the PAB agenda might help inform both the catch limits and the size limit issues. If people haven't reviewed those, we could do that.
Okay, do we want to pull those letters up then? Bear with us as we try to get these letters brought up.
So it looks like Lara's doing a vote in conference board right now, and that may take a little while because of the number of delegates. So I can notify you once she is aware. We've tried to notify her extensively.
Is it possible then to have the letters that Peggy referenced brought up under the information papers? Or if people can bring it up on their own end and have her read.
I'm sorry, Chairperson Nordmann, which papers are you referring to? And I can call those up fairly
Maybe if you
easy.
can clarify, please.
If I can.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I can.
Yes,
I've just put them in the chat room, the link. Sorry, Jessie, go ahead. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may add a comment. So if we scroll all the way up, we've got to the beginning, the first letter is not relevant to IPHC.
This letter here? Okay. This letter here?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
So we can pass on that one. And then the next one is from Alpha, and that addresses catch limits and size limits, and whether or not F43 is a good harvest rate. And then the last two letters refer to 4A and 4B.
Okay.
And Garrett might have included 3B also in that, but so those are sort of similar.
Well, I will. Does the group need this window here to read the letters, or are they able to bring it up on their end themselves? Okay, I'll give a few minutes for people to read. people could let me know if they need more time to read it, either in the chat or you can just speak freely. Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Peggy again. I just wanted to point out that when I spoke with Linda before this letter had been submitted, I asked how she was going to, most of what they are proposing could have been put in a proposal from the stakeholders, and since that deadline had passed, how was she proposing to address it? And she said she was going to use this particular placeholder, which was called stakeholders' comments or statements, as a way to do that. So I think that is what all of the 4 letters was in some cases they really are just comments on different things, but most of them do address catch limits. So that's what this is, and I believe other people had, from both countries, had comments, but on catch limits and on the harvest policy, but just didn't know where to put them.
Thank you. It's definitely looking at the alpha letter, and as a proposal for the fishery intensity, but also dives into the current agreement between the IPHC commissioners between the respective 2A, 2B, and the rest of the fishery. Yes, Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, we've had the discussion about the U.S.-Canadian agreement a number of times over the last couple of years, and I think Alpha's letter does a really good job of sort of summarizing the problems that many U.S. Participants see with that agreement. And I think those points are well made, and I would support them. I'm not going to suggest that we get into a prolonged discussion, as we have in the past, about relative benefits of the U.S.-Canada agreement. I think that the science speaks for itself, and I look forward to a modified agreement in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Are there any other comments? Okay, does anyone have any sort of input on what sort of fishing intensity they would like to see, or? Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
It might just be helpful to go through the other 2 if people haven't already done that. They may have,
the other
so
2
excuse me if
documents?
they have, but
The
just
other
so
2 documents?
yeah, just so we've
Okay.
got our information completed.
Okay. I believe they I'm not sure, but I believe they can control this window for themselves.
But I believe they can control this window for themselves as well.
Oh, just noted they cannot control the window. Note in the chat, Kit pointed out or is asking, how do we feel as a group about the F43 harvest rate? Alpha supports F43, and Dr. Stewart's presentation seemed to use F43 as a reference point.
Mr. Chair, if I can.
Yes, please.
This is not in relation to what we're looking at right now. I just have two brief updates. One being Dr. Wilson has made himself available to come in and greet the group about 11.
Okay.
And he's going to take this time to kind of go over some of the brief changes that we've seen through the new structure of the PAB, and then also some future things that we might be expecting. Peggy had mentioned maybe asking him to go over 6.1 and 6.2 if Laura is not available.
Okay.
And then secondly, Lynn is here, and she's made. Lynn, I'm sorry, has made themselves available to speak on the 2A season opening date. So that would be on we didn't vote on that when we voted on the dates, so we can circle back to that. I almost suggest maybe circle back to that now.
Okay.
And maybe get that out of the way, and then have Dr. Wilson speak, and then maybe we can take a break and pick up catch comments after that. But that would just be my suggestion.
Okay. We want to have Lynn then speak to the 2A dates.
Yes, please.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Whenever you're ready.
Let's hope Lynn's microphone works.
Her mic is not working.
Well, if the Secretariat could please put up I guess the suggestion for the 2A fishing period. So I'll go ahead and read what Lynn is saying. For 2A, they are requesting a Tuesday through Thursday season instead of a Monday, Wednesday season. I guess we can start a discussion on that. If I don't know much about Area 2A. We don't buy there, so I don't know if we want to discuss. If somebody who buys in that area wants to start a discussion on that, or anybody has any more input.
Looks like she's explaining a little bit more in the chat window.
Yeah. Hard and expensive to get ice on Sundays with a Monday opening. Closing on Thursday also allows boats to sell fresh off dock on weekends. To coastal visitors. And those are the, basically that season change date is the only request being put forth by them. Yes, Dave.
I was just going to add that this was done through the Pacific Fisheries Management Council, and it took them a little while to come up with what would work for them. I think the proposed changes in the Secretariat proposed regulatory changes was sort of a placeholder. Monday through Wednesday. So if we wanted to support this based on this is what Area 2A has recommended, I think that would be an easy way to go.
Thank you, Peggy. Dave, is your hand up?
Yeah, just a second, Carl. Let me get on this. Yeah. So, anyways, I was on the 2A conference call this morning. They had a meeting with the commissioners last night, and they felt pretty confident that they'll get the 1.65 this year and next year, and then also with the God damn it. Sorry. anyways, their catches are good, catch per unit effort, and I'm in support of the 1.65. As far as season dates, that's I think I just follow their lead on that.
Miles?
Yeah, I completely agree with Dave. He made some good points, and I agree with him. Thank you.
So do we need to put this to vote, or does it seem pretty unanimously that we support this change?
I think either way we would, Mr. Chair, again.
Yes.
I think either way we would, because it is a proposal, we'll need to perhaps maybe not vote, but if we feel like it's unanimous, we may not need to go through a vote, but we will need to note that we either are in favor of the proposal or abstain or.
Okay. I guess just for clerical reasons, why don't we just do a quick vote and see who's in favor of this, just so we can get a screen capture. Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Is this on the season dates in 2A, or is it also on the 1.65 million pounds catch limit in 2A?
I believe this is just for the season dates.
Yes, correct, Mr. Chairman, and this we are just now voting on the season dates for Area 2A.
Thank you, Jessie. Okay.
Open up for the vote. The vote is in progress. If the chair could confirm all votes are complete.
Just as a reminder, hands up is abstain.
And just to clarify, are we, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, we are voting in favor of Lynn's recommendation from the North Pacific Management Council for fishing to start on Tuesdays and Thursdays rather than Mondays and Wednesdays.
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so I'm keeping the vote open. We don't have everyone voting yet.
If I could just note, Dave Kip voted in favor for you guys already.
Okay.
And there's a note that Heather stepped out and she will not be voting this round. 170.
Okay, so that's 170.
And I guess the only vote right now is believe that is it. That's all the votes. Kamala. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm capturing the vote. And one
One
abstain.
absent.
And 10 in favor. Thank you.
Okay.
The vote.
Hey, Jessie, you mentioned Dr. Wilson will be coming in at 11, or he'll be available at 11?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we want to open up for more general discussion on the fishing intensity until that time, or do we want to have a break?
Perhaps it's a good time for a break now, and then have everybody reconvene at 11,
Okay.
and we can speak to the fishing intensity after Dr. Wilson.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. We will reconvene in 15 minutes or so at 11.
Fishermen had to move away from fish. How often?
Welcome back. Does the Secretariat have an update on Dr. Wilson's timeline? Okay, they're just checking into it. Thank you. Just read a comment here on the side from Greg from E&E. I agree with the harvest rate of F43. I also think that since the IPHC has not adopted a harvest policy, that we go with the TCY put forth on page 53 of Dr. Stewart's presentation. These numbers and harvest rate support the interim agreement between the U.S. and Canada regarding 2A and 2B. I also strongly urge the IPHC to adopt a harvest policy that is followed each year instead of doing what has been done in the past. Lots of trading between areas.
Mr. Chair, if I can.
Yes, Jessie.
Perhaps while we wait for Dr. Wilson, we could have the staff pull up Prop 83, which is more of the housekeeping regulations and changing to some wording. That was something that we did not vote on yesterday, so we could start on that.
Yes. If everyone could just turn their attention to the Prop A3, which is on the screen. It appears to be just a simple housekeeping measure and clarifying some language. So I'll give everyone a minute here to quickly scroll down and read that. Does anyone have any comment to the Prop A3 or any opposition? Yes, Peggy. Yes, Peggy.
Oops. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I was just curious why the addition was being put in, and my only concern on this is during COVID-19 up in Alaska, they were not allowing skippers to get off the vessels and come into the plants just to protect the facilities. and keep the quarantined boats quarantined. So this would not supersede any health mandates by any state or province, would it?
I think that would the health regulations of whatever state and province would supersede any regulation put forth by IPHC. At least how. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Jessie.
Does the staff happen to have any clarity on that, on Peggy's question? I don't, if they didn't hear it, perhaps they could listen again and maybe provide us with some clarity.
Yeah, thanks, Jessie. To the staff, if you can hear me, I'm just curious that this would not supersede any health mandates that Alaska or British Columbia or Washington, Oregon, California put in place during the pandemic to protect the shore-based facilities or the communities that are being delivered to.
Hi, yes, through the chair, that would be a question for Dr. Wilson or other executive staff.
I'm just seeing a note that Kamala is checking on this. So it could also be a question we could pose to Dr. Wilson. Okay, it's been suggested that we ask this or have Peggy address Dr. Wilson when he's in the room. So I guess as we wait, do we want to start a general discussion about the mortality limits or fishing intensity?
Yes, I think that'd be great. I do believe the U.S. side would like to have a breakout meeting, but perhaps we should wait until after Dr. Wilson speaks. I'm not sure. Maybe you can advise on that, Mr. Chair. But I think opening up open conversation to what's going on. I've heard from the U.S. Conference Board, but I would be interested to hear what's coming from the Canadian Conference Board also.
Yeah, the last sort of indication there that I received, it was unfortunately just yesterday, so I don't know if there's any sort of updates today. I'll check in with them, but they hadn't dove into that topic yet. But I know from the Canadian standpoint, definitely, they're standing by the agreement that was set forth in 2019 and shall remain in place, or voted to remain in place and agreed upon to remain in place until 2022. Peggy.
So there are 3 slides I've been looking at just to reference, for myself, just to reference a baseline to think about this discussion ahead. And I've put the link to Ian's presentation in the chat window, and it's slides 54, 55, and 56. And I just wanted to point that out, so if people have an extra moment when they're not focusing their attention on this screen, they can kind of go over that and familiarize themselves with what F43 means. There is another slide, I'll try to get the number, that shows the risk table with F43 compared to F46. And it really definitely shows very little difference between, it's about a 50-50. The differences are slim between an F43 and an F40 or an F46 for future risk of the stock declining. It really feels to me like a coin toss, but I think at some point we probably should get Ian available when we're ready to have questions for him about that, and then maybe further down the line about the catch limits.
Okay, thank you. And Edward's just going to bring up those slides for everyone's reference right now. Slide 46. I'll scroll to that right now, Peggy.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is pretty self-explanatory. There just is a 2-point difference between our old 46 and our current 43. 2 points less risky out of 100 that the biomass will go down. So that's how you read this vaguely. It's just a kind of a good thing to get familiar with as we start this conversation.
Thank you. Appears that we do have Dr. Wilson with us. Just bear with us a moment, please. Hello, Dr. Wilson.
Hi, how are you all this morning?
So, I believe Jessie had some comments to bring forth, and also the group would like to see if you could comment on proposal 6.1 in our agenda on the IPHC Secretariat Fishery Regulation proposals. Okay.
Sure, no problem at all. I say that as my computer's crashing, but we'll see what we can do.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
if I may. Thank you. Dr. Wilson, thank you for taking some time today. I believe we kind of offline had talked about maybe some suggestions that the Secretariat has on vote on election timing. So I don't know if you could speak to that a little bit, and then if you could also give us an update on the new platform and perhaps how the electronic platform may affect the PAB in the coming year.
Sure, no problem at all. And so as a bit of additional background, I guess it's worthwhile just sort of recalling that in the lead-up period to the annual meeting, we go through a process of discussion with the co-chairs, the chair and vice chair, to prepare them for the meeting itself. And unfortunately, the way the rules of procedure are currently written, it means that those two positions can change at the opening of the Processor Advisory Board meeting. Generally, it's not too much of a problem because we're on site and working with you very closely. This year, it I guess caused us a little bit of anxiety in terms of the potential to have briefed Carl and Jessie and work with you in terms of the electronic format and how that would work, and then realized that both of them could have been voted out at the start of the meeting. Thankfully, I see you have just swapped roles, and so that's been alleviated. But as part of our discussions with Jessie and Carl prior to the meeting, it just sort of makes a lot more sense to have those elections at the end of the PAB meeting, potentially just to alleviate those types of problems, so that in the future you would be able to, the new chair and vice chair would be able to work with the secretariat throughout the year and in preparing for the Processor Advisory Board meeting and go through that meeting before being potentially replaced. As I said, it's worked out very well for this meeting, but it might be something that you would like to consider. We have the same issue with the conference board, and they have added that under other business to consider electing chairs and vice chairs, or co-chairs in their case, at the end of the meeting rather than at the start. So that's sort of it in a nutshell. It hasn't caused any problems in this case, but it might be something you'll want to consider in the future.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for that clarification. Going back to the IPHC Secretary Fishery Regulation proposal, I know we've tried to get Laura in a couple times to sort of go over the presentation for the members to ask some questions, so we can use that going forward into our mortality limit discussions, but we have not been able to get her in, so I'm not sure if you can touch base on that.
Certainly, not a problem. Yes, Lara is leading the Secretariat team in the conference board, and it's certainly proving to be a success, but also very challenging for her to manage that many members electronically. So the fishery regulation proposals that you're speaking of are summarized in paper 12 Rev 1, and as part of that there are 3 regulatory proposals from the IPHC Secretariat, one from a contracting party, the U.S., and then one from stakeholders. And that proposal C1 is an amalgamated regulatory proposal. It's for, well, I'll go through those details in a moment, but essentially there was a number of interested proponents, and in the end there were 2 who put that forward regarding a year-round season. Very briefly then, as I mentioned, proposal A1, or all of the A's rather, are from the Secretariat. A1 is simply a placeholder. It just lays out the mortality and fishery limit section 5 of the IPHC fishery regulations, and so essentially it's just an empty table. So there's not really much there to consider at this point other than to note the proposal, and then it would be populated with the final mortality limits that are adopted by the Commission at AM 97, so more of a place marker for the Commissioners. A2, on the other hand, and maybe if we can have A2 open up on the screen. And so A2 is the, again, it's more or less a place marker, but this year we have a couple of direct requests as part of the regulatory proposal process. So A2 relates to the commercial fishing periods, specifically Section 9 of the IPHC fishery regulations. And as part of that, we have place markers for the directed commercial fishery. And if I skip down to Appendix 1, it might make it simpler to understand, whereby the Secretariat is not proposing specific dates for the commercial fishing period. And here we're simply striking out the 14th of March, and at the request of the Commission, simply putting a request for each of the subsidiary bodies and the Commission itself to populate those two missing elements. You can see we have struck out the extended season that was agreed to intersessionally by the Commission in 2020 for Area 2B, which extended the season from the 15th of November to the 7th of December. So we've struck that out just for simplification, but you should be considering as an advisory body what dates, as per usual, you would like the season to start and when you would like it to close. The other amendment that, or lack of amendment, but it's still part of the proposal, is regarding the directed commercial fishery in regulatory area 2A. And our regulatory proposal to the Commission and thus to the subsidiary bodies is that we're recommending no change for regulatory area 2A for 2021. And so what that means, just to make it clear, is that in paragraph 4, when we're referring specifically to regulatory area 2A, non-tribal directed commercial fishery, it's going to remain the same in terms of duration, so over the 3 days, which is a 58-hour fishery within the time frame that's specified in paragraph 4, and then multiple openings commencing on the 4th Monday in June, and then multiple openings until the fishery limit is attained or that there's insufficient fishery limit available to have another opening rather. So that's the proposal from the Secretariat, and something we would request that the Processor Advisory Board specifically vote on. That paragraph 4 related to regulatory area 2A, non-tribal directed commercial fishery, not changed for 2021. And I'm aware that there have been a lot of changes in that fishery over the last couple of years, and that's why we're asking it to be maintained as written. So that's it for proposal proposal A2. Proposal A3 is more, if we could have that up on the screen very quickly. Proposal A3 is a simple addition to the fishery regulations related to, and I'm just going to scroll down quickly, to section 22 on the supervision and unloading and weighing of fish. And so this is an addition there in red text where we're requiring that the unloading and weighing of Pacific halibut may be subject to inspection and sampling by an authorized representative of the Commission. And so this is something that we already do. We would just, in discussions with the relevant enforcement agencies, we felt it not wise to modify paragraph 1 because the domestic agencies have a very specific definition for what an authorized officer is, and it has specific enforcement components which the IPHC Secretariat does not wish to engage in and has no mandate to engage in. And so thus, for us, it's about the inspection related to our mandate under the convention, which is related to sampling, and that's why it's written the way it is. So that's it for proposal A1 to A3 from the Secretariat. Proposal B1 rather, I'm going to leave it to the relevant contracting parties to speak to those if you can get them on board. But again, it's just relating to those charter limits.
One question we have here from Peggy.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Nice to see you. I've got one question on this proposal and one question on A1. So just very quickly on this one, this addition to Section 22, supervision of unloading and weighing, would not supersede any state or provincial health mandate during the pandemic, correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Great,
Absolutely
thank
correct.
you. And then on the first proposal, excuse me, I was just curious, looking at your example, it looks like you're only providing TCEY, and I wondered if there are plans to also include, just for informational purposes, the FCEY once the TCEY is determined or adopted.
Great. Thank you for the question. The answer for proposal A1 is yes. So this proposal specifically provides that place marker. If the Secretary could I've switched screens, so I'm not sure if you got that up. You have, thank you. This relates to the text that's currently shown in regulation or section 5 on mortality and fishery limits. And this is where, under the Commission's mandate, we provide the TCEY values according to the existing catch sharing plan arrangements, and that's what this particular table is. However, the Commission has agreed and directed the Secretariat to continue to provide those FCEY limits as part of our annual reporting and decision-making process. And so as per last year's annual meeting, you will see those FCEY values also displayed and then incorporated as an appendix to the annual meeting report for use by various sectors and stakeholders.
Thank you so much.
My app. Checking the chat. It doesn't appear to be. Thank you, Dr. Wilson, for your time.
Thank you very much. And so I would just, I'm sure you're already having the discussions and presentations on proposal C1, which relates to a request for a year-round fishery. Just as an update, I do see that it appears the conference board has moved in that direction, but you'll see those updates coming. And I understand it's a very different position for the Processor Advisory Board, but the Commission is very eager to hear the opinions of both advisory bodies. So please do ensure that your text in the report is very clear in terms of your positioning. Were there any other questions on the rules of procedure, or was that enough? I think, Jessie, you had that question.
No, I think that covers it. Dr. Wilson, thank you for going over that. I think that'll work just fine.
Perfect. Okay, well, thank you very much. If you do require any other information, the FSA.
Okay, so Jessie, you suggested possibly setting up a couple breakout rooms between the two different delegations at PAB to discuss the limits. Is this what you want to do right now, or should we continue a general discussion?
I'm good with either way. I would say maybe if we do a breakout meeting, we could have that run from now until lunch at the latest, perhaps, or maybe just try and make them a half hour, reconvene at noon and see where we're at. I'm good with any of that.
Okay. I just came to thought we could clean up that one housekeeping Prop A3 after that clarification if we want to just get that out of the way right now as well.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think that's a great idea.
So is any general discussion on Prop A3, or can anyone? Sorry, Peggy.
I move that we accept the amended proposal from the IPHC A3.
So put motions on the table to accept. Is there a second?
Second, this is Heather.
Any discussion? Mike?
I forgot the rules on this, but is Peggy allowed to make a motion?
This year she has been voted in as a member.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Peggy?
Yes, I'll speak to the motion. My big concern on this was that it was or could be seen by law enforcement as superseding health mandates during the pandemic, and with Dr. Wilson's assurance that that is not the intent, I don't see a problem with adding this to the regulations.
So I call that we put the vote forward.
I will open the vote.
Okay. Thank you, Kamala. Seems possibility of Tyler Goodnight absent. No, he just voted, so it's unanimous.
I captured the vote.
Okay.
The vote is now closed.
Okay, thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you. Okay, so do we want to set up the breakout rooms for the two different delegations, and we can, set it up for the next half hour if we need to, or shorter or longer, depending how it goes?
If I may, Mr. Chair, yes, I think that'd be great. Is there a time that you had intended on taking lunch?
I mean, we can sit in a respective breakout room till, say, 12 o'clock, and then we can break for lunch and then reconvene after. Not sure exactly how much time people need for lunch, if they have to run out or if it's right next door to them in their kitchen that they're sitting in. I'm not quite sure what people feel that the need for time frame is.
I do know of one member that has to meet with their company, so I guess I agree. I would only need a half hour, but if there's members from the group that need a little bit more time than a half hour, please let us know and we can reconvene at 1.
Any input from any member? Okay, why don't I split the difference and say we'll reconvene at 12:45 once our breakout room sessions are finished.
That sounds great. Just as
So it seems like,
sorry.
yeah. No, please go ahead.
No, I'll let you go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
are you calling on me? Sorry.
Yes, I am.
I may have missed. Sorry, I may have missed this discussion earlier. I had to step away.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys go over the process for getting into the breakout room?
Yeah,
Perhaps?
so we're just setting that up right now, Heather. I'll give it's taking a couple minutes here, so they're ready to be set up. I figure right now we'll stay in them till about noon, 12 p.m., and then we can break for a 45-minute lunch and reconvene. And if we need some more time, we can break back out in those rooms, or maybe that 25 minutes will be enough to have us start a discussion when we return from lunch. Yes, Mike.
Yeah, would one group just be able to use the room we're in now, and then the other group go to the new breakout room?
Yeah, I believe the back end they're setting it up based on the numbers associated with the different companies, meaning 00 as signifies Canada and 01 signifies the United States. So I'm just getting a note here from Edward. So Edward, please break us out into our respective rooms.
In the chat, or did you get it?
checking in if people can give a show of hands when they return back from lunch, or at least let us know that you're back in the room. That'd be
Hey, Carl.
Peggy, if you can just look at the agenda and basically item 5 and
Peggy, if you can just look at the agenda and
business is really all
basically item 5 and
Yeah, I think so. Size limits on 7. I think that is it. Oh, I don't believe we weighed in on A1 and A2.
Madam Chair? Or Mr. Chairman, sorry. Can you hear me? This is Heather.
my mic was off. Yes, Heather.
Thanks. So is mine, I guess.
yes.
You're talking about the agenda and what we have left to do. We did discuss under other business.
Yeah,
you may have already covered
pertaining
that.
to the size limits,
So,
correct?
There's a few things that we want to deal with under other business.
Yeah, with pertaining to the size limits, correct?
Yes, and also I'd like to address, maybe some of us would like to address MSE, MSAB, in conjunction with the size limits and a couple of other things that we'd like to discuss there.
I did sort of also have the idea of just quickly revisiting Prop C1 that we got in and voted on yesterday pertaining to the year-long season, just so we could revisit the wording on our reasoning why we voted it down. Dr. Wilson sort of made it clear that, the Secretariat and the Commissioners would, are valuing our input on that. So just, I can only speak on behalf of the Canadian side of the delegation. For the U.S. side, did you need more time in the breakout rooms, or did you guys come to some sort of consensus that we can table to put the fishery mortality limits up for discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We, the U.S. side is done discussing on our own, and we are ready to start that discussion with the full group.
Nick? Oh, you're back. You're back from lunch. Correct. No, I think
unless something arises,
table it
Mr. Chairman, which we don't
and
know
wait for
about.
the general discussion
Sorry.
until someone wants to put a motion forward, which then we can further discuss. Did we want to have the mortality tool brought up on the screen for our discussion? So Ed,
Okay.
if you can
That would be helpful.
bring that up for us, that'd be great. Perfect, thank you. Is it possible to maybe make that window a little bigger on the bottom, just so we can see a little bit more? Okay, I'll just scroll down there. And I see in the chat, Dana did provide the link for that tool. If you guys want to bring it up separately and play around with it a little bit.
Mr. Chair, is there a way to get reference to last year's mortality limits by area in reference to what this year's would be? Might be a useful tool in helping everybody go through as an exercise.
Yes, Jessie.
Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
I would say another, what might be helpful is slide 54 of Ian's presentation. That would give the reference TCEYs and then the adopted TCEYs from the last 3 years. So that might be a good reference to have on hand. Mr. Chair, I'll just note that Greg from Yak Seafood also made a note that perhaps it's 554, so I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
That shows 2018 through 2020.
Thanks, Greg.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if it's hands up that they're returned for lunch and that they've rejoined us, because we asked them to do that. Or if there are actual questions or comments, please feel free to speak. Definitely a lot of data here to try to fit into all of these windows. Again, if the window is a little small for you, you can expand the window by the top of the certain window. There's a little bit of an expand button there where it shows full screen. Ed, can you show them possibly where that expand button is for people?
Yes, through the chair, the expand screen button is in the top. If you scroll your cursor over the top portion of the screens that are being displayed, there are 4 arrows icon. And you can click on that, and that will expand to a full screen.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to take my hand down,
perfect.
but
No.
I am back from lunch, just to let you know.
Okay, I
I'm
appreciate it.
going
Thank
to
you.
lower it so as not to be confusing.
Okay, it seems like a couple people are getting having a little bit of technical trouble with the program. Keep getting kicked out. But is there any sort of discussion or thoughts that people have sort of moving forward here? Peggy?
I have a question on the left screen. The numbers are different from the right screen, and I'm not, it's been a long day already, but I'm not sure why that is, just slightly off. So maybe we should get Alan, or I don't know if we're ready for Ian, but does anyone know why that is? Sorry, I was comparing the left screen to the version of the right screen that shows all the regulatory areas, not just the regions. So I think it's slide 55.
Hold on, let's see if I can. That slide there, Peggy?
See if I can.
There we go.
That slide there, Peggy?
Yeah, that's right. Okay, maybe I'm just looking at the wrong. Distributed. Yeah, I might have just been looking at the wrong row.
Okay.
I think this does match up exactly. Okay, never mind.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Jessie.
I guess I could start the conversation. The U.S. Side of things is quite partial to the SPR of F43. So the numbers that are up on the screen are, at least from the mortality tool, are reflective of the numbers that we spoke about mostly. I was wondering what sort of level, is this the same level that the Canadian side is looking at, or what sort of numbers were you?
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, the Canadian side also had the same view of F43 with the basic numbers broken out by the mortality projection tool.
Okay, great. So I guess these would be the numbers that are on the, we're looking at the slide, the TCE-wise for 2021. I don't know if that'll help. We could just, if we're okay with just looking at that SPR, I don't necessarily know if we need both screens open.
Right. I do notice more so to Peggy's. Oh, that's a little. Never mind. Yeah. So basically, would you want the mortality projection tool or the reference TCE-wise and adopted TCE-wise slide up, Jessie?
Either one. It doesn't matter. I guess I'm having a tough time seeing the mortality tool, perhaps the way my screen is set up. But I just want to get conversation started on what people are thinking on the reference numbers. I know Greg was a big speaker in our group, and he is having a very difficult time getting on. It sounds like he's going to try and run home.
Okay.
See if that internet works better. But I guess in reference to the numbers given, we were definitely in favor of allowing the commissioners to make any decisions on shuffling quota from one area to the next. You know, this year keeping it simple as is, I guess, and using the number given by Dr. Stewart on slide 53 with the adjusted in there, and allowing, if the commissioners felt like quota needed to be moved around in Alaska, that they could make those decisions.
Thank you. Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would it be helpful to make that into a motion to recommend the reference TCE-wise for 2021 as we see in the lowest row, 2021, on the screen.
So Heather put the motion on the table to use the reference TCEYs for 2021.
I second that.
Blake Tipton seconds. Any discussion, further discussion? Or Heather, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reflecting the conversations that the U.S. Delegation to the PAB had, and reflecting some of our members' belief that the commissioners are probably thinking about how they want to divide up the pain, so to speak. We felt that a different distribution of fish in the Alaska areas, as suggested by a member of the conference board, would not be optimum at this point, because it wasn't really backed up by any science. It was just purely an attempt to help 2C sort of not bear the brunt of the results of the agreement with Canada. So I think that proposal that we looked at passed on the American side in the conference board just recently, that's my understanding. So, however, the U.S. folks on the PAB felt that the reference TCEYs were more reasonable and more defensible.
Thank you. I can speak a little bit to the Canadian side. Basically, we have the same view. The risk for F43 versus F46 was negligible. So we put forward to just go with the sort of reference put forward by Dr. Stewart. If Blake has anything more to say to that.
Mr. Chairman, that reference TCY line for 2021 with 39 million pounds total removals, that's that
correct?
FR43, right? Okay, thank you.
I know Miles is having trouble getting in. Nick from 7 Seas, do you have any thoughts, opinions?
I think we've, as discussed, we want to be conservative with the future, and as you mentioned, 43 and 46 really equates to a negligible amount of pounds. And in order to try and smooth the curve of up and downs, we can keep it at SPR 43, and that is a bit of a bump up from last year, and it gives our Alaskan friends more fish as well to split amongst themselves. So I think I think with obviously the health and wellness of the stock is the first and foremost issue. I think that SPR 43 accomplishes that, as well as gives some, an added surplus of fish for.
Thank you. Tyler, good night. Do you have any thoughts? Okay.
Yeah, not a whole lot to add. I agree with what most everyone's been saying. It seems like conservative is better. F43 gives everyone a little bit of a bump. Well, I shouldn't say everyone. I guess it depends on how we we cut that pie up, but it seems like it's a prudent and fair to stick with 43.
Okay. Thank you. Joe Morelli, do you have any thoughts?
No, I'm consistent with what everyone else is thinking.
Thank you. So if there is no, doesn't seem like there's any sort of objection, or I guess we should put it to vote of adopting the SBR 43 and the reference TCUIs for 2021 to be 1.65 million pounds for 2A, 7 million pounds for 2B, 5.16 million pounds for 2C, 14.12 million pounds for 3A, 3.12 million pounds for 3B, 2.5 million pounds for 4A, 1.47 million pounds for 4B, and 3.98 million pounds for area 4C, D, and E, for a total of 39 million pounds. Kamala.
And I'll open it up for a vote.
Yes, please. Peggy, do you have your hand up, or are you abstaining? Okay, thank you.
Abstain.
So we have 9 members voting, and it looks like we do have everyone, and all in agreement. I will capture the vote.
If I may.
Yes, Jessie.
Blake, if you could clarify if you're voting for proxy, also we should note those if necessary.
Mr. Chairman? Okay, for the 2 proxies that I have for Arrow Trading and Scarlet Point Seafoods, citing those, they are also in agreement with the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will.
Just to clarify, Joe, that's abstention.
Correct.
Okay.
I had one more question, if I may, Mr. Chair. Greg is not able to get back onto the program. I do not have his proxy because this is an unanticipated absence. I just didn't know if there was a way that he could get a hold of the staff to let them know his vote. If it was, again, I'm not, because it's unanimously passed, I'm not sure it's necessary. I just wondered if there was an option.
Is it possible for Greg, I mean, if you can convey what the motion was to him, and I'm sure he can pass it through the chairs to the Secretariat, or he can email Kamala.
Great. We'll go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I've got a message in Greg, and I got
yes, Blake.
on my cell phone, so I'll let him know what's going on and let you know what his response is here momentarily.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I must say that was probably the fastest catch limit vote I've ever been a part of. I know I haven't been around forever, but
I agree, Jessie. So I guess that covers 5.3 on the agenda, but I don't know if the Secretariat can pull up. I believe it was broken down a little bit differently in the proposals. Let's double check. So I believe we do have Prop A1.
Is that okay for you? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Blake.
I just talked to Greg Ingerland at Yakutat, and he supports the motion on FR 43 for the total removals of 39 million as well, if it's not too late to get his vote in. He just called.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That could be noted, Kamala. Thank you. So I don't know if there's any discussion that is brought up on what's in front of the screen with Prop A1. Peggy? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think this was, my question on this earlier was just to make sure that the Secretariat does include FCEY amounts. So I think they will populate these tables with the TCEYs and the FCEY totals themselves.
Okay, because I believe we bring it down. definitely a little bit more of a detailed breakdown. Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I missed some of the presentation from Dr. Wilson. Maybe someone, either the chair, vice chair, or someone else, could tell me whether he had addressed this sort of format and what the reasoning behind it was. I mean, what is this? Why?
I believe he described it more or less as a placeholder. Jessie, I don't know if you had a different interpretation of it.
Agreed, Mr. Chair. It sounded like he was going to add the SPQIs after Peggy's question, and that this was just the wording they have so that as a principle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Peggy, is your hand still up, or?
So sorry, I'm off down different trails. Yes, I was just forgetting to put it down.
No problem. So will someone put a motion forward that we can adopt Prop A1?
Mr. Chairman, can I do that if I have only didn't vote yes or no on the motion? Can I move to accept it? If I can, so moved.
I believe you can because you were voted in and accepted into the PAB.
Thank you. So we'll just need a second.
I second it.
Okay. Note it was Joe from SBC that seconded. So Kamal, if we can put it to vote, please, unless there needs to be discussion to the motion.
We can open it up for a vote.
Okay. Thank you. Just looking, I don't know, Blake, if you can vote, and Tyler, good night. And Casey, I don't know if you're there as well. Okay, it seems like all the members that are here have voted. Maybe note that Greg from Yakutat is not present.
Okay, I have captured the vote. The vote is now closed. You may resume.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, if we can pull up Prop A2 for us, please. It appears to me basically the only change would be in Appendix A, where we need to enter in our adopted start and end dates. Someone else might be able to clarify a little bit more to it. Peggy, perhaps?
Yes, thank you. Since this was presented as a proposal, we should include what we have approved as our opening and closing dates, as well as the specific days of the week that we approve. I'm not sure that we...
Paragraph 4.
Paragraph 4, exactly. So perhaps that would be a second motion. I think that's the discretion of the chairs, whether we include it in this motion. I think it's a small thing. But if we feel that Area 2A's recommendation should be honored, then, or should be our recommendation that the commissioners adopt it, then we should specify that.
Jessie, I wouldn't have a problem including it all in
the same motion.
Mr. Chair, I agree. I think perhaps I might be a little confused, but I believe we've already voted on both of those, so we would just need to make sure that that's noted and that we don't need to vote again because we've already voted on this proposal. But I digress if I'm incorrect on that. I'm a little confused if we need to vote on the whole proposal or because we already voted on those two items, we just need to make sure they're noted and we can move on.
And adopted in this. Possibly the secretary could shed some light to it, please.
Yeah, apologies, guys. I realized what you were finally asking. I'm catching up with you. Yeah, we already have done this, so
correct.
It just needs to be, I'm not sure what format the Secretariat's going to use for our minutes, but it just needs to be noted in the potentially two places that it should be noted.
Yeah, paragraph 2, 3, and 4. Okay, they've noted it, so we don't need to vote then. Okay, we covered Prop A3, so I believe then we can move on to other business.
Yes.
So Heather, I know you wanted some discussion to the size limits. If you want to maybe shed some general comments.
The size limit discussion apparently at the MSAB required, according to the MSAB report and what Alan Hicks told us, requires additional study. I don't know whether to expect that the commissioners will take it up as a decision at this meeting because of that. Perhaps. I guess they could. I just don't know. I haven't talked to them recently about that. So I think that what we might consider as a group, as an advisory group, is recommending to the commissioners that the MSE process, whether it be the MSA science team or the MSAB, and again, I'm a little unclear on how each of those are looked at because they are different. Some people think the MSAB is done and should go away. Some people don't. So I guess it's safer to say the MSE process. I think we might consider recommending to the commissioners that they continue the MSE process and continue to look at the issue of size limits and all the studies that they have indicated in their report need to be undertaken, the additional work. So that's on size limit, and I did commit to the vice chair to write a motion that encompassed that thought and a couple of other tasks that I think it's important, that we think is important for the MSE process to continue with. But I haven't done that yet because I'm kind of waiting to find out what the conference board did in this area, because I know that they passed at least one motion regarding the continuation of the MSE process, but I haven't seen it yet. And I don't know if there's the ability of the staff, the secretariat, to access those motions or that motion. I don't know if it was even just one or more than one, so that we could perhaps see what they did. Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'll continue to talk about some of the other tasks that we think are important for the MSE to look at. One of them is continued work on the relative productivity of the management areas. That work was begun by the MSAB, and a couple of their management procedures that they came up with included a look at reapportioning it into the management areas according to the productivity of those areas. We brought this up last year, and I think Alan mentioned it again in his presentation. I think it's important that the MSE process continues to look at that issue as well. And then finally, a third issue, and this isn't to say that other issues aren't important, but three that are particularly important to my group anyway, and the third one has to do with direction that the MSAB was given, I guess, maybe a couple of years ago, to continue to look at the implications of bycatch for the resource and for the fisheries coast-wide. And that was put on sort of a second tier of tasks. And I think with the near completion of some of the major tasks that they had assigned to them, that the MSE process / MSAB could now continue to work on that aspect of their work. So those are the three areas, and I will try to capture that in a written motion if that would be helpful, but I can't promise to do that right this second because I really want to see what the conference board did.
Okay, thank you. No, Peggy.
Mr. Chair, I just got word that the conference board has passed Forrest Braden's motion that redistributes 4A, 4B, and 3A to accommodate 2C. Linda Kozak's motion, she's from Kodiak, to amend to temper that reallocation from 3A failed. And there is bycatch motions. There's two motions that are being discussed right now, and I'll try to get them to you in just a second.
Okay. Other.
Mr. Chairman, I was also wondering if there was any motion regarding MFE work or MSAB work.
I think in the past we've always just made, recommendations to the staff to look at these types of things rather than, something, it's not necessarily something formally that we need to vote on, but it definitely could be something that we can, make a recommendation to the staff. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, do you see any reason why we couldn't have a motion?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Peggy.
Yes.
That might be my message to you. The IPHC does have a motion in, it looks like it's being voted on now. I'm not sure. Can you read it? It's a screenshot from the computer over there. I can read it if you can't. It's not that long.
Received it yet?
I haven't received it yet.
Okay, I'll read it. The motion is the CB noted the completion of IPHC MSE and delivery of results at AM097 investigating scale and distribution components of management procedures as presented in IPHC 2021 AM097-11 and reported in IPHC 2021 MSAB 015-R and IPHC 2021 MSAB 016-R. The Conference Board acknowledged and appreciates the work and commitment of the IPHC Secretariat and the MSAB members which went into producing these MSE results. The Conference Board endorses the work of the IPHC MSE and finds the results useful for the specification of an IPHC harvest strategy policy. For example, recalling Figure 13 in AM09-11, the CB noted that a smoothing function applied at both the coastwide and regulatory areas scale significantly reduces annual TCEY variability without sacrificing yield. So the motion was made by Dan Falvey, and I don't have anything more on it.
Thank you, Peggy. Blake?
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I forgot to put my mic on. I got a question for Heather and Peggy. They'll remember, I hope. Wasn't the MSAB a result of a recommendation from that peer review process that went on about 10 or 15 years ago That was to improve the transparency of the IPHC staff and the commission.
Yes.
Through the chair, Blake, it could have been part of that final report or of references to it, but my memory of the MSC concept being introduced was before that evaluation occurred and being implemented after the evaluation was finalized.
But it was, as far as I remember, it was a result of that peer review. And is this particular MSC process and the MSAB, are they in jeopardy right now?
Through the chair, I don't have any solid evidence that they are, but I've heard talk that they are from many sources.
I think if they check back, that setting up of that MSAB and then the resulting MSC process, that was all part of that peer review program that, I don't know, it's 10, 15 years ago, to improve the transparency of the IPHC process. And so I don't see how it could ever be gotten rid of. And I'm in full support of both processes, and I think we need it. And there's lots of work for them to do. I mean, just with what the conference board has come up and what PAG has suggested. But anyway, thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and thank you, Blake. Appreciate that. I put in the chat room a written or in written form a potential motion. I'm not making a motion right now, and I don't know if this is sufficient to to meet my my promise to Jessie. It's a potential motion, and I'll read it out loud for those people that can't see the chat room. It's hard to know who can see it and who can't. The PAB recommends that the MSA process continue to investigate and provide information to the IPHC, got that wrong, sorry, on the effects of changes in size limits, management area productivity and harvest rates, and potential impacts of bycatch on the coastwide resource and fisheries. That's pretty general, but it covers a number of things that the MSAB themselves and the MSAE scientist team think need to continue to be looked at in order to help solve some of these issues that are actually before us at this meeting, which may not be, solved at this meeting. So that's a potential motion, and I was hoping that people could give me an idea of whether they think it's a reasonable thing to ask for. It's just a recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, if she changes her IPFC to IPHC and she makes it a motion, I'll second that.
Okay. I'll, Mike.
So moved. Thank you, Blake.
Yeah, Heather, is there anything in there that is different from what their charge was before, except, I guess, the size thing, right?
Mr. Chair, Mike, I believe that they have made, that there's been a recommendation from several places that the MSE process is the right process to look further into the effects of size limits. So that's kind of being talked about. It wasn't really a focus of the MSAB, I don't think, though I could be wrong on that. Peggy's a member of the MSAB, and she may know better. And as far as the management area productivity, that was talked about, and they consider that it needs to be further investigated, particularly the effects of migration on those kinds of productivity decisions. And then finally, the potential impacts of bycatch was something that they were asked to do, but that was put on a sort of a later schedule. And the reason I'm talking about this is because there have been some rumors, if you will, that some people want the MSE process to either go away or slow down for a variety of reasons. But I agree completely with Blake's assessment that it was put in place to provide transparency in the decision-making process, as well as more information and more science for the decision-making process. So I think that need is still there. So that's why I'm proposing this, just as a sort of a reminder and a notice to the commissioners that the PAB at least believes in the process.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Heather.
Yes, Heather. Peggy.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Heather. Peggy.
I just add to that, thank you very much, Heather, on that the charges to the MSAB have come from the commissioners, and when we were first formed, we were asked to look at the harvest policy in general. So we decided with pretty strong and continuous support of the Secretariat to just bifurcate that into scale and then distribution. So that's what we have been doing and have completed now. So we are ready to look at these other issues that Heather has iterated here, but there are more that we have discussed. So I think this is a good representation of what is needed now. The commissioners certainly could expand on that, though. Thanks.
Thank you, Peggy. Yes, Heather.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I was just going to say that I agree with Peggy that there are a lot more issues that have been identified. This is not meant to be a comprehensive list. These are just issues that are important, particularly important to some of us in the Bering Sea. So I don't know if we need to make that clear in the motion or not. But just, I believe the motion has been made and seconded. So.
Sorry, just confirming, Mike, do you have your hand up? No problem.
Sorry about that. Heather, I guess what I was thinking of is if it was a little more open-ended as far as what if the intent was to go into these areas where other people or methods haven't worked or satisfactorily, then maybe you want to put something in there that just leaves open the possibility of for future assignments, that kind of thing, that may come up. But it doesn't have to be. I think it's somewhat inferred anyway, but
Heather?
That's the only reason I asked the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mike. I agree. I don't think I can change the motion at this point, but if somebody wanted to make a friendly that says something like the PAB recommends that the MSE process continue to investigate and provide information to the IPHC, comma, including on, etc. So it would give the more open-ended approach that there are other issues that might need the attention and the study that's provided by the MSE process. If somebody could make that friendly, I would accept it.
Blake?
Mr. Chairman, Heather, you write it up and I'll make the friendly amendment to it because I just took a couple of minutes here and I distinctly remember that the MSAB process was a direct result of the peer review. And I can remember at a PAG meeting that John Woodruff and Peggy both wanted to make sure that they sat on the MSAB. And that was a direct result of the peer review. And I don't know, it's probably 12, 13 years ago. But if you want to write it up to just keep it going, I'd make it general, and then also that's your friendly amendment, and and you can second my amendment or whatever, how you want to do it. But I agree with Mike 100% that we have to keep this process going.
I just provided in the chat box ... to investigate and provide information to the IPHC, comma, including on the effects ... and the rest of the motion. That would be making those changes that Blake has indicated he would support, rather than rewriting the whole thing. I'm happy to rewrite the whole thing. Up to you. I think the intent is clear. The motion would read: the PAB recommends MSE process continue to investigate and provide information to the IPHC, comma, including on the effects of changes in size limits, management area, productivity, and harvest rates, and potential impacts of bycatch on the coastwide resource and fisheries.
Okay, thank you. Does the Secretariat, is that okay if you can scrap capture what Heather said there? It's been added. Yes, Heather.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to withdraw that motion and make another one if you think it's necessary.
I think
okay.
It's been friendly amended, so it's okay, and the IPHC has basically captured what you said. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see that. I see that it's underway. Needs a tiny bit of fixing there.
Yes.
Through the chair,
if you could
feel
maybe
free to let me know which edits
in the middle, Ed, that'd be great. Heather, do you see the motion window if you want to have any changes made?
I do. It says on the effects twice.
On the effects, on the effects, on the effects. Okay. We could strike
Including
that
on the
out.
effects, on the effects.
Better?
So that needs to be fixed.
Better?
Yeah.
Oh, that's double
Also
up.
provide information to, oh, it's in there twice.
That's double.
So now both of the on the effects of are gone. It should read including on the effects of changes. Close.
Mr. Chairman, you got the second down wrong too.
Yeah, and the second was wrong. It should be Blake, my friend.
It's a different process now, Blake.
My friend Blake.
You don't know how to spell my last name. Oh, there you go, did you?
Does that look okay, Heather? thank you.
Chairman, yes, I think it does.
Since we have a yes, okay, perfect.
I think I've already spoken to it, Mr.
No,
Chairman.
I was just going to say, since we have a
Unless
motion
you'd
and a
like-
second on the
unless you'd like
table to include this comment to the IPHC, we can put it forward to vote. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll now open the meeting for voting. So will we need to capture proxy votes on this one also?
I think that would be in line. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, my two proxies, Arrow Trading and Scarlet Point Seafoods, both are in favor of this motion.
Perfect, thank you.
Basically, the only votes missing right now is from SBC and Coldfish.
Yes.
Yeah, just keep it open for a moment longer.
We will keep the vote open for a moment.
Not sure, Joe and Casey, if you can vote. Okay, Kamala, close it off and just note that two absentee. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, through to Heather. Hey, Heather, shouldn't you put on the back end of that after resource and fisheries and other duties as required from time to time, or other investigations or whatever from time to time, so that you're not just limiting them? I'm just reading it here. So that's an ongoing thing forever and a day.
Mr. Chairman, Blake, I thought you, with your friendly amendment that I accepted, had made that clear by adding the comma, making it more general at the beginning. Continue to investigate and provide information to the IPHC, comma, including these things that we listed. Just calling out those three areas, but making it clear that they would be working on other things as well. They have an exhaustive list that Peggy
I believe
was
it was
referring
as
to.
well.
So I think that was the intent of that language.
Okay, that's good. As long as it's an ongoing process forever and a day.
Yeah.
And that if you could interpret it that first three lines like that, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Kamala, if you can close it off, please. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
The vote is closed.
I don't know
Do we
specifically if we want to address, size limits as processors, what our views on it is, if we want to, see the U32 removed. I'll leave that up for discussion. Yes, Jessie.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Just, I guess, to start conversation, it doesn't sound like that's going to be voted on this year, but I would, I don't know if I would put forth a recommendation, but I do feel like Ian's assessment of the economic impact of keeping the under 32 is very skewed towards the fisherman side and does not really shed any light on what would happen to us as processors. You know, I would hope if there was some sort of decision being made that we would be given exploratory year where we could see how it impacts us economically, or as others, I think from the conference board have suggested, perhaps, you know, being able to sell all of the survey fish and then seeing what prices come of that. OBI this year did not buy any survey fish that was under 32. I don't know if someone else can speak to their experience from the surveys this year, if they did buy under 32 fish, but I would, from the market side, I've not been getting very good reception of under 32. I mean, we already struggled to sell the under 10-pound random fish that we end up getting in, and it's difficult for us.
I'll leave it open next to Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to get too specific about this because there's a lot of things we really don't know, but there's any number of directions this thing might head off after it starts. And, you know, I could see one scenario where it might lower if a lot of people want halibut and they want to get it cheaper and they think they can, it might lower the whole, you know, the whole halibut sector if they can get cheaper halibut out of this. In a sense, that happened on sablefish when the Japanese decided that they could get away with using 1 to 2s and buy it a lot cheaper. And the whole market kind of came down to a little bit lower level. I'm not saying that's what would happen, but there's a lot of possibilities that could hit. But I do think if you're looking at just what comes in on the survey vessels, that's almost like a lost leader in a grocery store. If they've only got 100 pounds or something, sometimes people will just go ahead and put a price on there that's not all that much different from maybe the 10, 20 price. I don't know that that's true in every case, but and that's just it. There's a lot of, I guess, economic information there's more guesswork than anything else. And if they wanted to, there's one gentleman I think that had an idea about being able to bring in more of the under 26 to 32 inch range and see if they could get a little more sizable quantity and see how the market reacted to it. I don't think that would give you any kind of long range implications, but it might give you a little more information than we have right now. And it might also be a chance for people like Jessie to talk to her customers, which maybe she already has, and just find out what their general consensus is about the whole thing. Because the one thing I don't want to have happen is that the processor is all of a sudden made to feel guilty because they can't pay a price that the market's not going to accept. And if that happens, it's usually seems like the processor's the one that gets the blame for it. But ultimately, the markets are going to make a determination what they'll accept, what they want, what they'll pay to get it. So, and right now we don't have much of any information to base what we're talking about on it. It's just all supposition. So that's, I don't know if that gets us anywhere, but it's kind of my summation of what I think about the size limit thing. Even though biologically it might make more sense, it's just there might be a price to pay on it that we're not anticipating at this time. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We, as a company, bought some IPHC boats last year that had the smaller fish, and we couldn't sell it. But I don't think we should look at it from a market standpoint because there's no market for it. I think we have to look at it as from the resource size, that if you drop the size limit to 26 inches from 32 inches, you are taking recruitment out of the water. And if everybody that's been around for a while remembers that, particularly in 2B, for years and years, we were told that we have this huge recruitment, and then all of a sudden, kaboom, they become electronic fish. So the minute you start to take small fish out of the water, which is our recruitment, that's the beginning of the demise of the resource. And we have a recruitment problem as it is. We have a diminishing biomass as it is, the projections for the next 3 to 5 years. And even though by taking the smaller fish out of the water, you're going to save a percentage of bigger fish, it's still a sublegal fish, and there's no mortality attached to it. And I just think it's a bad idea all the way around, because it will come back and bite us in the end, that we're taking future recruitment out of the water.
Thank you, Butch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Jessie.
Mr. Chair, if I may. There are some comments on the side that I'd like to read. One from Kit at Pacific. I would like to see selected IPHC charters, or possibly all the charters, bring in 100% retention of all halibut sizes to maybe better understand the percentage of undersized halibut that might be caught on a trip. This would also give us an opportunity to see how the markets would receive the undersized fish. In response to Kit's comment, Nick from Seven Seas, and I could let him speak for himself, but I'll read his comment. I think that's an interesting point, Kit, from a stock assessment point of view. I can tell you the market doesn't find those undersized fish favorable. Interesting tool for stock assessment. I believe Kit articulated what I was trying to say perhaps much better, speaking for myself. And then there was also, I have a comment from Don at OBI that just said, just kind of dovetailing, we do not have, it's not a very favorable size, and the recovery in filleting those fish is also, it's quite bad. I guess I would ask now is if someone wanted to put forth a motion to make some recommendations on sizing, perhaps using some of Kit's wording.
I'll open it up to Mike, who has his hand up again. Okay, no problem. Mark, do you have a comment? Yep. No, we can hear you.
I'm not sure if you can
Familiar
hear
voice.
me or not, because this is the first time that it's working. Wow. Well, it's glad to hear, again, Mr. Chairman, it's glad to hear a lot of familiar voices and some new ones as well. But just, I wanted to throw in some deals about the smaller fish, because if you remember, one of the reasons that we don't call them 1020s anymore, we call them under 20s, was that the market, even though that they were legal size 20s, you had to explain to, or legal 32 inches, you had to explain to the market that it was the size of the fish, not the weight of the fish. So if you're talking about 26 to 32 inch fish, you're going to have an awful lot of small fillets. And that was a big issue, and now it's the nomenclature on that is actually under 20s, just to explain to the market a little bit better. So I would highly recommend that they stick it. I would like to see some surveys and taken, but I know the market's not going to agree with it, especially with, and I don't keep meaning to bring up the East Coast fish, but the East Coast fish it's grown remarkably, and it's going to really, I think, start to affect. They're also talking about changing some of the sizes and not bringing anything over 60 pounds in. But if you look at what the late 90s, the East Coast fish was 850 metric tons, and last year it was 6,000 metric tons. So it's increasing, and my point to that is that their fish are a lot bigger than the North Pacific. So I just wanted to add a couple of historical notes about what the market thought about smaller fish in the past.
Thank you. So do we want to put, some sort of motion forward that this, as processors, it sounds like there's not, a very favorable, outlook to keep pushing to reduce the size limit. It's not my place to put the motion forward or. But I do think the PAB should give some sort of recommendation to the IPHC, what or how it feels about a U32 fish. Peggy? Peggy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that the PAB should do it, and I'm not prepared to make a motion on it, but I just wanted to point out that I strongly agree with you that PAB should express its perspective, because I don't think it will come from anywhere else. And we already have said that we've passed a motion to approve keeping the MSE process going and listed size limits as one thing that could benefit greatly from further investigation. So I like the idea of including some of the comments, making a recommendation to the commissioners to not change the size limit this year, and then using the phrase noting, maybe we could get help from the Secretariat on that. A couple of these comments that people have made, and I could help with that after the meeting is over, but I think people have spoken pretty eloquently about this.
I don't necessarily think that it's up for vote, but we should definitely put something forward so at least lets them know about industry's perspective that that whether or not they want to continue exploring this process or not. Peggy?
I agree. We could start crafting a recommendation that we could all agree to. We've got more comments coming in why we should not lower the size limit.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if this is our last item of business before we draft the minutes, maybe we could, I don't know what the process is. Are the minutes going to be drafted by the Secretariat and then approved by the PAB?
Yes.
So we could recess for tonight and then work on those minutes, and then we're meeting tomorrow morning just to approve the minutes, or is there other things we need to do?
No, I believe we could work on the on the minutes and have the PAB approve it. So we could work on the minutes and have the PAB approve it. Okay.
That sounds like a plan, if it would work for the Secretariat. The only other thing that I did want
to bring sort of forward was from yesterday's Prop C1. As you heard when Dr. Wilson came in today to talk to us, we did vote down the possibility of a year-long season, and he did express today that they did want some very clear points as to why we feel that way, or whichever way the vote went. He wasn't quite sure. So I don't know if we can bring up, or if we want to sort of have that same sort of process where we can incorporate that from the minutes and have that looked over tomorrow. Blake?
I think the reason why we turned it down was that from a resource standpoint of taking fish out of the water when they were spawning.
Right. Yeah.
And of course, then the plant issue too.
Definitely. Right? It's part of that. Jessie? Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Yeah, I would just ask maybe perhaps that the staff would bring up the minutes and perhaps go to proposition. I think it's C1. Go to proposition C1. Yes, I was part of bringing up the confusion there.
Yeah.
I just want it to be really clear in our notes, in our minutes. So if the staff could bring that up, and then perhaps we could work on that part of it here as a group, and then break after to go over the rest of the minutes.
Okay. That'd be great. Ed is letting us know if it's possible. Just give us a minute here, please.
Mr. Chair, as well, Kit sent a very nice reminder that we did not discuss about voting for chair and co-chair for the following year at the end of our meeting. If we are just going to go over minutes tomorrow, perhaps it is a good thing to get that taken care of today. Though I'm not opposed either way, it just would mean that that's already in our minutes for approval tomorrow.
We did vote and put forward the chairs for this meeting. I don't know if we want to sit in for another year, you and I, until the beginning of the next meeting, where the vote would happen again, or possibly at the end of that meeting. I'm not quite sure how the PAB views it, or if they care either way, or they just want to keep status quo.
Sure. I guess we could open to conversation while we wait for the minutes to come up.
Peggy. Peggy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what Dr. Wilson pointed out rightly was that there's some preparation for the PAB meeting every year, and it would be good to know who should be included on the email list to work with the Secretariat for that preparation. So I don't know if we're going to be in a COVID situation next year, or if we are going to be meeting face-to-face, which would change the preparatory requirements, I think, for our meeting. So I think it's a little bit 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other. I don't foresee PAB. I mean, the only other thing I could think of is if PAB were to have intersessional meetings for some reason. We've gone lickety-split through our agenda this year, relatively speaking, and I don't see anything else coming up that the PAB would need to meet on. So I think we could do it. We could try it this year and see how that works, or really to the discretion of the chairs and the rest of the PAB, of course, what we do. I'm neutral.
Yeah, I think in years past it hasn't been an issue. Obviously this year was a little bit different given the COVID scenario and having the little bit of additional training that was provided on the platform beforehand. I mean, it was a help, but in this sort of circumstance, you know, Jessie and I managed to make it work and presented this sort of concern forward to the PAB.
Are you guys willing to serve another year?
to
Not
be
to put you
honest.
on the spot,
A little
but
tired after this year.
I understand.
But saying that, I'd be willing to sit on until the beginning of the next session or next meeting, as it would state now.
I would have to speak with Carl on that one, perhaps. Then a little tact at this point, but again, happy to sit. Maybe we just leave this vote as is.
Yes.
It did sound like Dr. Wilson left that up to our discretion, so it sounds like maybe we'll just proceed as we have in years past, and we'll deal with chair and co-chair at the beginning of the next meeting. So just to mention that, staff, I hope, Kamala, that you heard that. I know that's also part of something that needs to be put in the minutes. So if you need us to go over that again, we can.
Kamala's typing right now. Okay. No.
Also, Ed, I have the, excuse me, Chair.
I don't know, Jessie, if you have a little bit better view on this, our chat here, that what came forward from the conference board, if you just wanted to kind of read that out. I'm missing the first sort of line that came through Ed on what they voted for as far as season dates. I think the group might be interested in that.
Oh, sure. So, Ed put through U.S. members voice in favor of later start date due to COVID travel restrictions and quarantine periods of the employees, as safety is our utmost concern to remain open to purchase fish. March traditionally slow with limited restaurant markets again this season. Important to condense season and to give NOAA time to issue permits. Canadian members preferred earlier or some start date of the fishery because supply of the fish and want longer seasons. Consensus of the BC opening occurred at the same time and challenges to get BC quota caught. I believe that's our wording for our season dates, and what I'm referring to is actually Prop C, which is not in relation to season dates, it's in relation to the proposal put forward by the stakeholders, and where we need to speak directly to not wanting a year-long season. So I guess I was confused by the wording. If people can see the screen, it said voted to abstain from making a recommendation. I feel that's incorrect. We voted to not adopt that proposal, and we recommended against having a year-round season, if I understood that
under
correctly.
that assumption as well.
Okay, so I would suggest that we change voted to abstain from making a recommendation and say voted to not accept, to not adopt the proposal and not have a year, not in favor of a year-round season, and then perhaps add some of the wording that Blake graciously put forward as to why we do not want a year-round season.
Peggy?
So it's helpful. I do see this, and now I know where I am, but it's helpful to just reference the line number or paragraph number when we make these changes. And thank you for putting this up on the screen, you guys. So motions need to be made in the affirmative, and the preferred language for these minutes is also in the affirmative. So we could use some language like we we recommend that the commission oppose the proposal
I think that clarifies things a little bit more on our opinion.
If that matters. I mean, I'm a little bit tapped out myself.
Very well. I guess I can. It sounds like I can make some adjustments here, Peggy. So I may have you. So we're gonna say oppose the proposal. Oppose, or just say, I guess, oppose proposal. I'm not very great at typing, so if I spell something wrong, I apologize. And then rather than voted to abstain, is that? I believe that wording is incorrect, but.
Not in favor of it.
I agree with you. I don't think we did vote that way. I think we voted against it.
Not in favor of it. Okay.
In the past, we've just said the PAB opposes or the PAB supports. If we could use that language, that would be simple.
So I'm just going to go ahead and remove that wording, and then we could say the PAB recommends, or the PAB recommends, or the reason behind, the PAB's reason behind this vote.
Yes.
It sounded like Dr. Wilson wanted some wording behind why we opposed a year-round fishery.
You know, that Blake had brought up. One being, you know, the resource, and second being, you know, obviously plant logistics.
Can you go over the resource again? I'm sorry.
I believe
Carl.
Blake
like
had mentioned,
is it,
you know, from a resource standpoint, maybe Blake could shed a little bit more to it. Thank you.
Thanks, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Correct.
It would have a detrimental effect on the resource taking fish out of the water during spawning season, number one. Number two, there's no market for, well, we're talking about year-round season, right? It's mainly a resource. You know, taking fish out of the water when they should be spawning. They spawn from September to February.
I think that summarizes it.
And number two, from a processor point of view, there'd be small deliveries and it'd be extremely costly to process.
Higher cost to process. I think that summarizes it.
And unloading truck from unloading stations.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
We can refine it.
I put everything in there, but we can perhaps cut that down and
Blake.
just direct it to him.
Yes. 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 I believe what we'll do is as soon as we're finished here, we'll adjourn for the day and then reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning to just go over the minutes. Those members that can make it.
Are we going to be able to review these minutes tomorrow and go through point by point before they get submitted to the Secretariat?
Yeah. No, we'll have Jessie, myself.
Okay, the reason I bring that up is when I was the last time I was chairman, which was 2 years ago, and we didn't have a chance to review the minutes prior to when we had to present them, and there were things that were inserted in the minutes that weren't even brought up
I'm not sure
during the
what
PAB
the best
meeting,
format for
and
that
that's
is.
what I'm
If
particularly concerned about.
you know, we email it out beforehand so people can review it themselves. Might be a little bit easier than what's involved. Like, you know, viewing it on the smaller screen might be a little bit of an issue. Okay. 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 Yeah, no problem. Kamala just pointed out that she did email.
Yeah, okay, well, maybe I could have then, because I've still got a bad taste in my mouth about the minutes that I had to read out 2 years ago. So, okay, well, we have 2 people that have extremely good memories that are also sitting on PAB right now as representatives.
Yeah.
One, my new best friend, and Peggy, they can also review them as well to make sure that they are what we brought up.
Kamala's giving me a little bit of insight here. We'll try to, you know, attack this a little bit earlier this year. I think there's plenty of time to do it. So, you know, hopefully we can get it out to the members tonight, so they can review it, or at least first thing tomorrow morning, that they can then review it for us to approve them by tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Peggy? Okay. Okay. So if there's no other business to be brought forward,
thank you.
I'd like to.
Thanks for your work, you guys, tonight.
Yes, recess the meeting until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning to review the minutes.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I'll let everybody tell you thank you.
You guys.
Perfect. Thanks, everyone. Yes. Jessie. Yeah. Thanks, Mike. It seems like most people have.
I had maybe suggested, Carl, if Peggy
left
can't
or
get
are
onto
leaving.
Teams, that maybe
Are we gonna, speaking to the Secretariat, are we gonna then break out into teams to go over the minutes, or how are we gonna do this?
But either way.
Okay. Okay. Because I know I seem to have gotten locked out of my Teams account that was set up because it tried to authenticate.
Well, I'm not letting you get out of the minute, so we'll just do it. We'll just do it on here.
Downloading Microsoft. So.
No, only joking. So I don't know, Kamala, I don't know if you can share your screen or if you're able to get the minutes up, and we'll just go ahead and.
No, no, I'm not trying to. I'm not.
The Adobe platform.
I'm not trying to get out of it. I'm not trying to get out of it.
Can we take a few minutes and then we'll get everything set up? How does that sound? So we can make sure the document's ready to go. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. And and then I will make sure that latest version of the report is available.